about 119th and Western on the...
Yeah, they're in the corner.
Come on.
Yeah, that's me. Me and my little itty bitty radio station.
Hey, it's always loud whenever anyway.
Yeah, where'd you go, 13? 19. Well, if that one works as well on sideband as it does on AM, you got a pretty good deal.
Yeah, especially for 20 bucks. It's him, huh? Oh, fuck yeah, he's pissed the fuck off.
Yeah, have you checked it out on sideband? What are you trying to do? Go to 37 for a minute, we'll test it out.
We'll give you a foot long, order an onion ring, and a Dr. Pepper to go.
Let me on, huh? That's right, I call him a dipshit. Oh, fucking dipshit. That sounds pretty good.
I'm gonna give you a chili cheese, foot long with onion, jalapeno pepper, onion ring, and a medium Dr. Pepper to go, and then we'll go home and see how much I can eat tomorrow.
He showed me his dad like 1,000 Yeah. He honked, and then I pointed to you, and he pulled up his dad like 1,000 or something. Yeah.
Some of y'all should have a good copy on me now.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you always.
When's the rain supposed to hit?
Tornadoes tomorrow afternoon.
Oh snap, I'll be over at that other house having a garage sale.
Oh no. have that black truck, go ahead. After I fucked up the gray car, go ahead.
Probably get a hail instead.
80-mile-an-hour winds blow everything away.
Yeah, don't put anything on table.
Go back out there and, hey, somebody bought the table and everything.
They wiped us out.
South was all messed up.
Everybody likes to pile up in that slow lane. I don't want to be running and slam my brakes.
You get it put it on.
Well, yeah, I had to tell him 4 o'clock down. I wanted to fucking put it on and then fucking order it on your ring and me and Dr. Pepper 4 times. Come on.
You only needed 3 of them. Roughneck and me and you.
Well, hell, I told her, no, I said, hell, I didn't say 2, I said 1.
I have been down for it for long.
They're good with hot sauce on them.
I'm not trying, so, yeah, I ain't gonna press right now. Damn, I told her I want to put my chili foot on, chili cheese, bacon, jalapeno, order it onion ring and medium Dr. Pepper 4 times.
Well, they're probably all excited about a 3-day weekend.
Yeah, some
it was a foot-long cheese coney.
Yeah, I hear you. I want one too.
With mustard on it.
And Tabasco.
I made an egg omelet this morning with cheese and jalapenos.
Hell yeah. They have hash browns too?
No, I should have put some in there, had biscuits and bacon.
Look at that. I told her 4 times I want fucking onion, jalapeno peppers on it. She comes out with a chili cheese foot long with no fucking onion, no jalapeno peppers.
Man, that's bullshit.
Man, I tell you, these motherfuckers don't listen no more.
You're right, everywhere I go, we gotta repeat myself like 3 times.
And they still get it fucking wrong.
I went to Brahms last week and ordered a bacon burger. And got my order and it was a double meat hamburger with just pickles on it. And that was it.
Well, I went to Brahms, I ordered a double cheeseburger, and I ended up getting a bacon cheeseburger. Come on.
I ordered the chicken dinner. Instead of pudding, they gave me a cookie.
Yeah, you don't get that pudding anymore. It's a cookie. I like the pudding better. I tell you who's got good chicken strips is McDonald's or new ones, the McCrispy strips. Those are pretty damn good.
Yeah, I don't go to McDonald's very much.
What?
Damn, it got quiet out there. My favorite place to eat is Taco Casa.
Yeah, me too. And Bill's Steakhouse at 89th and Western. On Tuesday, chicken fried steak, $6.49.
That's my favorite dish too. Chicken fried steak, no doubt.
West of Western on 89th, north side of the road. They have like a special every day. It's a pretty cool place. Nice inside, but it's like a bar. And they got like a huge 20-foot ceiling fan in the ceiling. But anyway, their food is pretty good. And Tuesday they got a chicken fried steak special. Damn good.
What's the name of it?
Bill's Steakhouse.
Bill's Steakhouse. It's up there by me, so you ought to check it out. I love chicken fried steak, homemade mashed potatoes, gravy, brown beans, oh yeah, corn, whatever the hell you got.
Hey, can I get a break 19?
Now go ahead, break 19.
Go ahead, Nake Vi Ion.
Yeah, I appreciate that break. I'm gone.
Waving hand, Driftwood.
What's going on over here, hippie?
Man, I'm just sitting here passing the time.
We do, come on.
Roger. Trying to get pumped up for Friday night in the big town.
Oh yeah, I'm over there pumping weights right now. I'm getting all my blood vessels pumped up and my head come on.
Roger, yeah, you need to take a picture of that.
Hey, I'll do it.
I'm back over at the table with grease going up to my ass, and grease all my joints, come on.
There's no junk turning over here. Sound normal, okay?
Oh yeah, sounds good over here.
Left and righty.
Alright, well, I'll crawl back in my hole. I appreciate that shout.
Yes, sir. And thanks for stopping by.
Makes me want to come back.
And make sure to come back. And we'll leave the light on for you.
Is that around the lake? Who is that around the lake out there? Hello, dear Slayer. Hello, dear Slayer. Have a good evening time now. 420 around Honolulu. Bye-bye. Aloha in your miniskirt.
Is that it?
Damn, hippie, it sound like I got out of here just in time. That big strappers are going to fire up.
What's 20 on the big strappers?
How you got Honolulu or Hawaii down there, you know?
The lawns are getting 8 now.
Yeah, I'd have to take 14 seconds out of my life to turn around to Hawaii.
Yeah, conditions are not real great right now anyway.
Put some of that hot sauce on them onion rings.
On the foot long.
Dear Slayer. Hello, dear Slayer. Hello, 808 around the Rockies. Right around Honolulu now. 420 Honolulu with the wave. Bye-bye. 420 Aloha from Oklahoma. 102 said that and I'm back quiet. Everybody's wanting to talk to Hawaii now. Settle down, settle down. Need to.
He coming in loud enough. He got to get everybody in OKC stirred up.
Coming in. Roger that, dear Slayer. You take them on easy out there now. You guys have a good weekend time. Right around Honolulu. 420 around Honolulu. Bye-bye. Hell yeah, get them all riled up. Get them riled up.
420 Honolulu. Aloha. 258 Oklahoma waving.
Aloha. Roger that, dear Slayer. You take them on easy out there now. Mr. 808, you take them on easy out there too around Tennessee now. Mr. 808 around Tennessee. 420 Roger beat.
20 Honolulu. 258 Oklahoma waving a hand.
Well, it is Roger B. Quiet.
Come on easy now. You guys have a good afternoon time around Oklahoma. 420 around Honolulu. It's clear. Bye-bye.
All right, 420 sounding good here in Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, no doubt. 258 Dr. Bob. I'm gone.
That guy was real loud there for a couple minutes.
Yeah, sporadic. I had to get over here on the flat side, though, to hit him.
Damn it. Is he the only Hawaiian channel that's been out there, or there's been a few more?
That's the only one I've heard.
Same here. Long distance radio check. Long distance radio check. Breaker, breaker, breaker.
Driftwood ought to be in your back door over there.
Yeah, I wish I had a big antenna.
Radio check. Coming out the Pacific Blue Waters, around mini grass. 83 said Aloha, breaker, breaker.
83 Aloha, 258 Oklahoma.
258, you made the trip to the mini grass top of the weekend there. 258, 83 radio.
No doubt. Hey, sounding good here in Oklahoma. 258 Dr. Bob, I'm gone.
Hey, Dr. Bob, I do appreciate it. Hey, Dr. Bob, 258, you definitely enjoyed the Memorial Weekend out there from 83 Waikiki. Aloha, have a good day.
Bob.
Must be nice to have a big station.
Hey, Bob, I need to go put my roof and hold my antenna sideways so I can talk on the flat side.
Roger. I'm vertical again now.
I can tell. That would work, wouldn't it, if you took the hand drawn sideways? Wouldn't it talk vertical?
I don't know why it wouldn't.
But yeah, I remember I used to touch base with him and he's
Yes, it does.
white guy.
Hey, Bob, turn to the west. Turn to the west.
It's been a while out there, but anyway, catch you guys Deuce in a minute, girl. Bye.
Driftwood, I don't want to hear any excuses because you don't have any.
Could have been 25.
Nothing a lumberjack couldn't fix anyway.
I know you're right.
No, I can't get this damn ground plane now. That tree's grown so damn big.
That sucks.
I had an ant drawn in a tree one time. It was up there for years. It finally grew in it, and I had to leave it.
Yeah, he's got a brand new PDL4 in his garage.
Yeah, it's got a couple shiny spots still on it where I go out there and rub on it a little bit.
Yeah, it don't even have any bird shit on it yet.
Yeah, I think it's 140, 142 or something like that. Yes, sir. Pay a belt before you get to exit.
Oh, shit, it's after 7. I go watch some SmackDown. I'm gone.
You need to get a radio in there or TV in there with your radio. Who was that, hippie?
Demon.
Is that demon from 100 years ago?
Well, he's been around for a while. I don't go back that far.
You got at least 10 years up there in Alaska.
Back in the 90s?
He used to be big red.
He's been, like I said, he's been around for a while, but I don't know if you're talking about the same one or not.
Have a good and safe year. Blessings from my family to yours. 1, 2, 3. Deuce. Many girls being on. Aloha. Bye.
Damn, it's been a long 2 weeks.
Back in the 70s.
2 weeks.
Been blowing my full ass off.
You been mowing a lot?
Hell yeah, Mother Nature's fucking with me hard this last year. Or my last year. If you remember right, it rained. Record rainfall here a few weeks ago. Now everything's growing like fucking weeds. Literally.
Well, ain't they making hay over there or what?
Yeah, on the biggest portion of it, but there's still, I think it's over 1,000 foot to finish mow.
Roger.
Third shift. 1,000 acres, 1,000 foot, but it's 2 solid weeks to mow it all.
Mow it again next week.
Oh yeah, where I started already is overdue.
Food tastes pretty damn good.
Job security.
Yeah, until July, August when we get our draft, and breathe a little bit.
Good, there's the onion ring. Yep.
They ought to be getting some good hay off of that.
Yeah, they come out and sprayed it a few days ago. They're getting close. Can't remember, I think it was the year before last. He built it 3 times that season.
Yeah, I'm full, ready to go now.
Roger.
All ready to go. Watch out, he might blow.
Hell yeah, we're not ready to roll one, smoke one, come on. And when I blow, I don't know how much fucking gas is gonna come, but it's gonna come.
Oh no, which way is the wind blowing?
Bob, you talked to Grandpa?
Yeah, I went up there today, spent, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours with him. Heartbreaker, he come up there as well.
10-4.
Are y'all working on projects up there or just bullshit?
Oh, he's kind of down for the count till, I think, they told him not to do anything. I think till like June 7th, something like that. You know, he had that cancer removed a few days ago.
Oh, really? Yeah, I hadn't heard yet. I've been meaning to call him and touch bases, but one excuse leads to another.
Roger that. Well, he's doing good. He's getting around good, and he's in good spirits.
Well, that's key. Is he messing around the shop at all or no?
No, I don't think he's supposed to do anything. He's been sitting there letting the TV watch him.
He's out there filling them sandbags too, isn't he?
Yeah, in his mind.
Him and the recording are friends right now.
I don't think he's supposed to do anything for more than usual.
Yeah, more than usual.
And say he's got an external speaker run in there to his recliner.
I don't even think he's got anything hooked up right now, to be honest with you.
But he gets scared of lightning?
No, he's been interested in doing other things for a while.
Yeah, he just not turning it on, I get it.
But he's tired of hearing all of us amateurs out here.
Same shit, different day, right?
That's right.
Hell yeah.
You got immature, go ahead.
Yeah.
How's this boy doing? Is he still working his ass off?
Oh yeah. He was coming back from North Dakota earlier. Figure he'll be in here sometime this evening.
Well, that's good. Maybe he can have him a weekend.
Yeah, he needs one, but he's just like his daddy. He'll get busy doing something else.
Be working at a damn shop for the whole weekend.
Roger.
You still live in that same place out there east of Nick, southeast of Nick?
Yeah.
Still got him a roommate?
Yeah. You'd think they'd get married, but I guess they're good with the way things are.
Yeah, well, sometimes that word marriage will ruin a relationship, you know?
Yeah.
After 5 times, I think I'm qualified to say that.
Yeah, but I don't think you learn anything.
Oh yeah, you do, and you regret a bunch. Even think about going back sometimes, but life goes on.
Well, I'm just saying after 5 times, I'd put you in the slow learning class.
Actually, it's the opposite, early learning. It's like I was married the first time at 16 years old. Had a kid.
Damn, you started early.
Yeah, I had spent my whole time fucking with that shit.
We were in no hurry.
Just spontaneous reactions is my problem, especially when I was younger.
Hell yeah, you couldn't keep your pants up.
That's right, couldn't keep it in my pants. I discovered it.
I'm surprised they let you get married that early.
Well, she was 16, I was 17. That's how that panned out.
Wasn't that a song?
It'd make a hell of a one. I could write a bunch of the lyrics. Good times back then, being married or not. I mean, if you remember back to where you was 16, 17, it might have been the time of your life.
I'm back.
Just because you can lick the lyrics don't mean you can write them.
As long as you can remember them, you're good to go.
Yeah, so knock in the door and say, are you my daddy? Then you're asking trouble, come on.
I had to go get something to drink.
But I think that song was on Sound of Music.
What was the name of it?
She was only 16.
That's another song.
Hey, that was Dr. Hook, I think.
Yep.
Damn it, I can't hear anybody back behind me. I'm turned straight out west.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, just making sure.
I can hear you there, radio check.
Is that a pose and stuff?
Info.
I think I got Dr. Hook. Let me look.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
Evening.
watching it now.
It is. It's Dr. Hook. Fuel check. It's all yours. That's Dr. Hook.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, I had a thing for my girlfriend's mother. She was only 41.
Did you find something to eat?
No, I went and got it.
But man, oh man, she was something.
Yeah. Also, I heard a big crunch when I was getting my water.
And that's why that one didn't work out.
Sirens and stuff, I guess they had a wreck.
I heard that.
Imagine that.
Yeah, a lot of times neighbors don't work got two.
Yeah, heard this.
Yeah. They're still seeing the one down here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was summer.
Alright.
Oh, 13.
Good evening.
How you doing on the noise levels down there? Still got a little bit or no?
It's dead silent over here.
I'm just talking about the majority of the time, you know. When I was over there, hell, I had all kind of racket.
Well, yeah, where you're at is noisy as hell, but I only had that problem with my neighbor, but that's long gone.
Oh, that's what everybody said about me.
So apparently, I have Dr. Hook and CD, but I didn't put it on here.
So that's what he thought about me when I was his neighbor.
So how many animals you got over there, 16731?
I got a damn zoo going on right now.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been hearing, something about turkeys and cats and... I think it was cats. You always got some kind of critters over there.
Well, you figure I've had the turkeys for a while. But I keep gathering more cats.
Well, that's not a bad thing if they're outdoor cats.
Oh no, they're indoor cats, that's the problem.
It's a lot of work, a lot of expense. So I figured being over here by the... within a rock throw of the damn silos down here, I'd be covered up in mice, but I've had 5 traps set here at this place for 5 years, or no, 2.5 years, and not one mouse yet, but we got 8 or 10 stray cats running around constantly. That's right.
That's right. Now we got 9 strays up at work.
Roger. You still in the same place?
Yeah.
There's got to be that creek.
Actually, it's one cat that's had 2 litters.
They ain't mine. They're not strays if they live there. It ain't mine.
You still messing around with your car?
Oh yeah, it's down right now. I had a mishap with it.
Oh, hell no.
Yep. I misjudged someone's driveway and, yep, kind of mangled the nose up.
Wasn't my fault.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault.
That's why you park out front, none in the driveway.
Well, I ended up out there.
Trying to say he's coming in hot.
I forgot that he wasn't in the four-wheel drive.
No, I didn't see that the curb wasn't cut all the way back. So I was shooting for the open space. Well, there was a curb there.
Damn it, that's just, your wife's supposed to be in charge of all that kind of shit. I mean, running over curbs is not cool.
Well, the front nose piece doesn't like that stuff.
Yeah, when it's what, 3 inches off the ground, 4?
I think if I'm lucky, 3 inches.
It was only about 1 inch when he left here.
So I just temporarily patched it so I could get it back home.
Alright, you're on a duct tape. Hey, if you ever need some while you're down there in the around Hippie's place again, old duct tape, I know he's got some good quality stuff over there.
I know you're right. So, since I've been down with the gout, I haven't had a chance to pull the nose off and do the repairs on it. So, it's just been sitting in the garage.
Roger, you guys got a big hot rod show or something this weekend, or is that out here in Yukon?
It's probably this weekend. I was in it last year, and I think I took first or second, something like that. I can't remember.
So it's probably Mustangs having the car show?
Yeah.
Are you taking the Beetlejuice?
I've seen a few coming through town.
Hot rod Volkswagen.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'd like to get it out and drive it this weekend, but yeah, I'm afraid that mess that nose up anymore, so.
It's like going out on a date with a big old zit in your cheek. You're ashamed of yourself.
Basically.
I'll be right back.
Roger, right on.
14 over.
He said turkeys and cats are a delicacy.
What about the turkeys?
You need to teach them that cats are a delicacy.
Well, it's funny because I'll let the cats out when the turkeys are out sometimes, and the turkeys actually leave them alone.
Yeah, but if they knew they tasted good, that might be a different story.
So, I don't know. I know they don't like my schnauzer. They'll go after it.
feet all that foot long?
Yeah, it is. Tater tot.
Aw, damn it, got no leftovers.
Yeah, with the back foot long, man. All in the onion ring.
Hey neighbor, what's that boy doing nowadays? He getting ready to play football or working, or what's he up to?
He's working, and trying to remember he's mechanicking at a dealership over there in Midwest City. I just can't remember what the name of it is.
Yeah, right there on I-40?
Yeah. Independence or something like that. So, him and his girlfriend just left to go to the lake, so they'll be out there all weekend.
Roger, I'm joining all the rookies.
Well, her family has cabins out there, so they spend a lot of time out there during the summer.
Where's that? You follow or something?
Yeah, you follow. They got like a family compound over there.
Roger, I'm thinking about going out lake to the boat ramp, sit back, drink a couple beers, and watch the two-time-a-year rookies try to back their boat in.
That's always exciting. I like the ones that, they get on that moss and lose their truck.
Yeah, they get backed in there so far they get in that greasy shit.
Yeah.
Wonder if my fireball is cold enough yet.
You got her in the freezer, right?
Yep.
Hell, do you a shot and find out.
Well, I'm fixing to try it.
I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity to call a smoke break.
Oh.
There you go. Smoke them if you got them.
what I'm talking about, hippie.
Hell yeah.
And then the best part is when they drop the wife off to go get the pickup and back down the ramp to pick him up.
Where you at tonight, Smoking Joe? These westbound scales doing clear to Reno.
All right, that's nice and cool.
Wow, one of them Reno scales doing back here. You could have a V8.
I got a V8.
Driver, I'm not sure. I don't know, but I'm be willing to bet they're closed.
Hey, Dr. Bob. You got a copy on 333?
333?
How late did you stay over there at 2-0 yesterday?
I was up there today. I was up there probably 2 or 3 hours, about 3 hours, I guess.
Roger, what time did you leave?
Around 2 o'clock or something like that.
Well, I'd have missed you anyway. That's kind of the way I have to come home from work, so I was thinking about trying to swing over and see if he was there.
Hey, Roger. Yeah, he's not going anywhere, but yeah, but he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, I was sitting there sandbagging listening.
Roger that. Well, good to hear you out there.
Where'd you go, gunslinger?
I'm gonna sit here in my truck listening to some music and burn one. Come on.
Roger. I thought you fell out there for a second.
No, I'm right here. Sometimes I don't say much.
Yeah, boy.
I think the rest of them fell out.
Yeah, you would think it'd be hot. Huh, being Friday night and all.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a little more radical than this, but it's okay.
No better because they won't roll your way and he'll hammer down.
Take it as it comes, come on.
Damn scales show to be closed up, driver.
Okay.
rattlesnake, come here.
Hey, Rattlesnake, if you got a copy, there's someone out there in the distance shouting for you. Mic check. 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1. It's working. Thank you, sir. You have a good night. Who is that out there, AK? Yeah, this is 520. Roger, 520. Yeah, sounding choice out this way, no doubt. You have a good night. 102 said that, okay? Roger that, 102. You have a good evening.
Hey, good evening to you down there in the West Indies, 1378, Oklahoma City waiting.
How's this thing sounding out there?
LG 966, you take care down there in the West Indies. Sounding good up here in Oklahoma City. You and the fine family have a good and blessed weekend. 1378 up here in Oklahoma. I'm back quiet. I'll see you.
That was a pretty solid contact right there, I do have to say.
10-4.
Read it out here loud and clear too. Sounded pretty beefy.
Continental.
Honolulu, Honolulu, bye-bye. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, Nargo.
Hey, good evening to you around Honolulu, 1378 with the wave.
Oh, yeah, man. Son of a gun, man. I heard you too. I missed some. Bye-bye. Some kind of diva out here, man, but yeah, it's entertaining there. See you, knockout. I'll see you later. Number 7. Bye, bye, bye.
Hey, good evening to you, number 7, while I try to get into your radio, 1378, Oklahoma in the weight room.
Check, everybody around Wisconsin. I'll get you later. Number 7 out here around Honolulu. I'm gone.
Hey, good evening to you, number 7, Honolulu, 1378 with the wave.
Number 7, Honolulu, I'm gone.
Hey, okay, number 7, you and the fine family have a good Memorial weekend as well. 1378, Oklahoma. I'm back quiet. I'll see you.
Oh my gosh. Check. I heard somebody from Illinois. You do take care. Have a good one. Have a good Aloha Friday around Illinois. Number 7, Honolulu. I'm gone. Dang radio hogs.
I'm waving there, big time, if you can hear me.
I hear you. Where? Check there. 313. We hear you out here around Honolulu. Take care, my friend.
What did they say, big time?
In Honolulu, waving. Bye. Hello.
What did they say, Dawsville?
Hello.
What were you in for this time?
Oh, same old darn thing. A little bit of missing beats in my darn heart.
Did they figure it out? They just said go home.
Say go home.
What?
They run blood work and run that enzyme test on her, make sure it didn't damage the heart, and it was normal. And my regular doctor over at the clinic over there, I guess, got too hysterical about it, I guess, because it wasn't beating right on that EKG.
Well, I heard that. You feel fine now, though?
Oh, yeah, I just had a little bit of chest pain last night, but, you know, my left hand kind of got tingling, you know, but other than that, I feel pretty good.
Well, sounds like you had something going on.
Yeah, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stents so far, and I don't know. I hope I make it another 20 years.
Hey, big time, if you use your left hand to jack off with, I think that'll help with that tingling.
I ain't got nothing to jack off with.
I think he likes the nurses.
Heck yeah.
Well, I heard that. Alright. Well, I had to beam out west, so I heard Wendy knocking on the window. I gotta go figure out what I did.
Heck yeah. Before he knock you on the head?
Yeah. Well, when I had this new panel put into the house, they put GFI circuit breakers in there, and every time I key up, it seems like I trip a new breaker.
Well, give that amplifier to me when to have that problem.
Teach her how to reset them.
Well, I'm going to reset the whole damn thing tomorrow. I'm going to take them damn GFIs out and put the regular breakers back in there.
I heard that.
Let me go see what she wanted. I'll be back.
All very back.
What radio are you talking on, Big Tom?
DX2517.
Roger. How long you had it?
Oh, I bought this thing with Mike Kelly a long time ago.
Hey, whatever happened to him?
I don't know. Just that last time I was down there, he didn't want to work on nothing, I guess. Oh, yeah, that, I don't know, I call it Parkinson's disease or something. It's shaking so darn bad.
Yeah, I've heard that before, too. When I was running down to Davis, get wrong, I got to know him pretty good. He's a week older than me. But last time he was still working on radios and shit, situation normal, and then I guess years went by and I didn't hear about him. And then last I've heard, he's in pretty bad shape. He's still around.
I hadn't heard him. I ain't even called him or nothing. Last I heard he was hitting the ball pretty hard.
Did you ever go in the back room of his shop?
Oh, yeah. That's where I got that radio.
I mean, most people, he brings that stuff out to the counter, you know. But going back there in that back room where he goes for all the goodies all the time it used to be amazing.
Yeah, every time I went down there, I usually work on that stuff while I'm sitting there.
Good evening to you there, Big Tom.
Evening.
Hope you're feeling better, brother.
Oh, yeah, I feel a lot better than I did yesterday, I know that.
All right.
Well, did you get your meds fucked up there, or they didn't get them squared away for you, or what's causing this deal?
I don't know, it's just when I went in to get a checkup about getting some more referrals, go see the heart doctor and stuff, and she done that deal and listened to my heart, and she didn't like that. She run the EKG, and then she sure enough didn't like that, so she called the heart doctor, and they said, well, send him to the hospital, so that's where I went. Oh, why they couldn't do the draw of blood right there at the clinic, and I guess between the clinic and the heart hospital, I guess they run two different types of blood work.
Roger. Yeah, getting old sucks, doesn't it?
Heck yeah, I never would have none of this darn problem. I never, when I took that damned old COVID shot.
Oh, no. Who talked you into that shit?
Well, part of the clinic did, and the hospital did, and well, my wife took the same thing, and so it happened to her. She died 3 years later.
Senior big time.
See, senor.
You doing all right?
Yeah.
Well, good thing. Good thing. All right, I'll get back out here and let y'all have at it.
Heard that? Yeah, I'm out of it now.
Yeah, I didn't mean to step on Hippie there. I didn't hear he was in there. I just heard your voice and grabbed the mic when I walked in.
Well, I thought those duct tape keying up.
Damn.
I just walked in and turned the air on back here, and I heard your voice, so I just keyed up and shouted. Didn't hear who was in there.
That's all right there, John Boy. You can key up on me anytime.
I probably couldn't key up on you where you'd notice it anyway. I got a little bitty radio here, but I didn't hear you. I just heard big time, and he's real loud over here, so I just jumped on it.
Yeah, I was pointed out west anyway, but good to hear you out there.
Hey, hey.
And then he calls you duct tape.
That's pretty bad you get called duct tape.
At least call me Gorilla Tape or something. Don't call me Super Glue, though. I could tell you a story about that.
One thing about you, John Boy, you got plenty of good stories.
Yeah, mine's all true, too. Don't gotta make nothing up. There's plenty of real stuff.
Well, yeah, you've been around the world twice, shook hands with everybody 3 times.
Yeah, I can tell you a few barroom fights, them true stories.
Yeah.
Well, you probably got some scars from it.
I got a big one on top of my head.
I've got a couple of knife scars. Sadly, one of them was my own knife.
Dang it.
And what'd you do, fall on it?
No, I missed.
On that 1-inch blade?
Hell yeah, I missed and got myself in the leg.
I got myself one of them curb blade knives last Saturday morning, and Robin had to take me to the VA and get some stitches.
Hey, them hook blades will get you deep.
Oh yeah, I got stabbed in the head with one up there at 23rd and Portland, just back a block south at that old Anchor or something like that, but at one time it was called a picture house, and I got stabbed in the left side of my head up there.
Damn it. Now that hook blade, you ever get inside and you keep going, if momentum, you know, the more momentum you got, it just keeps getting deeper and deeper.
I try to cut some insulation off that Chrysler wiring, you know, get my antennas and everything, because I'm going to get rid of it. And I was going to pull my antennas off, and I slipped with that thing, got my left hand right between the thumb and the first finger there. It was more deep than long. It's about 1 inch long, but I got 4 stitches.
Damn it.
Yeah, I was more worried about my old lady. It's crack of dawn. I go in there and said, hey, I can't get it to stop bleeding. It's gushing every time I take it off. You got to take me up there. And she was mad.
Should have super glued it.
Yeah, I hit that bang reel, and it was just, usually you tape them up with some but and they'll coagulate and quit. No, that thing started shooting the minute you pulled it off. I got to run up front. Wow, almost ID. Catch you later.
All right.
Later, John Boy.
Wave a hand, John Boy. Wave a hand at you over Big Time and Dr. Bob. Wave him back.
Moon Dog.
Dog Moon.
And everybody else stand by them.
just heard everybody out there talking tonight. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's time to stay home tonight.
Boy, I tell you what, you had a rough day.
Heck yeah.
You need anything, bud? It may take me a bit to get over there, but I'll get over there. Roger.
Yeah, you can rub my back.
Well, if you don't mind me doing it with my shoes off.
Oh, that'll fill your hairy chest.
Yeah, I ain't trimmed my toenails in about a year or so.
I think I'd get kinky after a little bit.
There you go. I sink them toenails in there, you'll come alive.
I get mine chopped off every 6 weeks.
Yeah, I trim mine. I tell you what, I had to soak mine in Epsom salt before I trim them.
Me, I go to the doctor and do it.
My brother used to do that.
Tried to trim it myself, turn around and cut the skin. Well, that was screwed up.
Well, I know that feeling. You get into the quick. Damn it. Damn it.
You need to go to the damn, one of them nail places and stuff, give them more foot baths and they manicure your toes, all that shit, pedicure, whatever the fuck they call it. But them little Chinese girls rub them titties all over you.
Pedicure.
Put your vibrator on you.
Well, I get in one of them baths and they start touching my toes, and next thing you know, man, they're going to have to trim something else down.
Yeah, them little Asian girls go rubbing them titties on you while you're doing your toes. Hell, you forget all about what they're doing.
Well, I would. Hell yeah, I'd forget everything. I'd probably be thinking, hey, my toes are fine. You need to work on up there a little higher.
Give you saltpeter before you get in there.
That one told me, I went over there and she told me, she said, I'm afraid to touch that old thing. It looks like it's about to fall off. I'll fix you too.
Heartbreaker.
Yes, sir. Like a cucumber that's been crossed with a prune.
I was laughing too hard over here.
Wave my hand, Heartbreaker.
Good evening, Tom.
What antenna are you running, Big Tom?
PDL-3.
Roger.
That's 2517 with the 2 tubes on it.
Heck yeah.
How's it working? It's pretty directional.
Yeah, of course, that back wire's off from it, but it used to be pretty tight, but nowadays it ain't. I need to tear it down and redo it.
So you've been, like me, you've been saying that for 3 or 4 years, or 5?
Yeah, every time I do something, it's either too late or don't want to mess with it. Got that boom out there, that boom I got from you, and I went and ordered me one of them another hubs for it, plastic hubs, and I was going to make a 4-element, but that's as far as I got.
Yeah, you must be happy with where you're at.
And I put it where it's at right now, that darn thing I thought would fit that darn tree limb up there.
Yeah, I can relate. Got a pecan tree hanging in my shit over here.
Yeah, I got to look at one of my darn pictures. I took a picture of that tower, crank-up tower, and I had it for 9 years, and I ain't even moved it out in the yard yet.
Can I have it?
Think about selling it.
What is it?
60-foot crank-up tower.
We might have to talk.
I keyed with you there, neighbor. Who built that big, Tom?
I don't know. My nephew bought it for me up there in north of Arkansas up there, and he told me if I wanted it, come get it. So I went over and got it, and got it for free.
Roger. And your Ford pickup made it all the way up there and back?
Well, heck yeah. I had to use a boat trailer to haul it back.
I'll be damned. If you didn't get a picture of that, I'm pissed.
Paid for it.
I need one.
You need one?
Yeah. I need to put a ground plane up.
You still got that penetrator?
Yeah, which one?
No, I was actually thinking about Richard over here.
No. I think Heartbreaker ended up with that.
So what ground plane you going with?
I'll buy one of those 10Ks or whatever it is that Mr. R has. Colossal?
Colossal 10K, yeah.
Don't do it. Put your lantern out there so you can hit some lightning rods.
I already got enough lightning rods around here. I'll put an electric winch on that sucker. Leave it down at the roof, and then when I want to use it, crank it up.
Well, I did. I bought 3 winches for mine. I never did work with it, mess with it.
You need to have a sale over there, Big Tom. Hell, you may be rich.
Yeah, I wouldn't sell this crap. If anything happens to me real bad, I'm going to start giving it away.
Anyway, keep me in mind on the tower.
I'll guarantee you one thing, that sucker's heavy. It took 5 of us to pick the end of it up, put it on the darn trailer.
Sounds exactly what I need.
Extra heavy duty.
Get the ground plane up there about 70 feet on the radial. Heck yeah.
Get your fingers and toes chopped off.
Now why would I do that?
If you go climbing on that telescoping tower, it might happen.
Oh, you know how you stop that?
Hire somebody else, get a friend to do it.
No. When I used to run my crank-up tires, you put pipe in between the sections once it's already raised, and then lower it down to where it sits on that pipe, and it's not sitting on that cable. And then you don't have to worry about it collapsing.
That's right.
Or have it next to a dead man and clamp it to it.
That better be a 70-foot crank-up. I mean, dead man.
70 foot. I mean, How tall did you say?
If the tower's 60, you'd have to have a 60-foot dead man.
The hell you say?
It's just easier to put pipe in between all of the sections. And it's not like I'm going to leave it up there anyway. It'll stay collapsed until I need it. So it's probably 22 foot nested. Does that sound about right, big time?
Yeah, first.
So it could probably be a freestanding with just the ground plane on there.
Roger. Yeah, if I know you're going to have a fucking base from hell.
For that one, yeah, that'd be 6 by 6. Probably have to fabricate some kind of raising fixture for it. Figure I'd be able to hear everything.
You imagine that, right? That being directional's not all it's cracked up to be sometimes. I mean, especially if you live in the middle of the big town, you got it coming from all around.
Yeah. Well, I always miss everybody down south, so, because I'm always pointed east. But, like when Skip's running out west, I can't hear it. Usually it's whenever they're strong enough to come in through the back of the beam. That's the only time I hear them. Kind of like that one right there. I don't know where he was. Hey, good evening to you down there in Jamaica, 1378, Oklahoma with the wave. Swing it down there in Jamaica. See if he can hear you a little better. 1378 up here in Oklahoma City. Break.
Yep, from Oklahoma City, man. They're making a fine trip down here in Jamaica right about now.
Hey, Roger. Well, you're in my room now. I got the beam pointed down that way, Roger.
Roger, man. Your beam is Oklahoma just now.
Roger on that. Well, I got you in here at about 10 dB. Sounding good up this way. We're sitting at about 69 degrees up here, Roger.
Hey, Roger, man. Today was hot for us down here in Jamaica, but the night is kind of been cool. We're having a little wind down here.
69 Hey, Roger on that. Did you say you're on a dipole? Hey, Roger on that. Well, you're definitely making the trip to stateside. Sounding good up here in Oklahoma City. We're on a stacked set of 4-element quads pointed down your way there, Roger. Hey, Roger on that. Sounds like Mother Nature's moving around. Kind of dropped down on me again. Anyway, I'll get back out of the way. You and the fine family have a good and blessed weekend. We'll get back out of the way and let somebody else holler at you. Sounding good out of Jamaica, 1378, Oklahoma. I'm back quiet.
Damn big strapper.
Dang radio hog.
Damn no 1378, he is a big strapper. Wish I had a big radio. So CJ! Hell, I tell you what, I'm so happy I just know him. 1378, that big radio. Sounding good out there, bud. I'm just talking smack.
I wish I owned a big radio.
Roger on the westbound bear. I didn't copy where it was, but here you go. You got protection.
Wave my hand out there, Driftwood.
I think he has someone running down the road in his ear.
Dang it, boy, that happens up here a lot. But tell him I was waving my hand there. You know, I'm just messing with you, 1378. You got a good sounding station. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Now, the main question is, did you hear him down there in Jamaica?
I couldn't hear him.
I couldn't hear Driftwood in Jamaica.
I heard big time. Are you in Jamaica big time?
I feel like it sometimes.
You couldn't hear Jamaica move out, you could hear him? I couldn't hear Jamaica. He's falling in and out of my end.
Driftwood, where'd you go?
Right here. What's up?
Moondog was waving at you.
Oh, I'll just come back in here. Oh, Two-Dog.
Wave my hand, brother. Good to hear you in there.
You're making a fine trip. You know, I'm getting used to listening to you on that live stream. But you're making a good trip on the radio there.
Roger Dodger. Yeah, I listen to that live stream a lot. Especially when I'm not home. That's better than having a CB radio in your car. Like I'm down at Shawnee or something like that. Hell, I listen to that live stream. See what's going on. Pretty cool.
Yeah, imagine that. I mean, when you were 14, 15 years old, could you imagine the technology that's going on right now?
I couldn't, no.
When I was a kid, he said, you know, this is where it's going to be someday. He actually said money ain't going to be worth nothing. And it ain't far from it.
Yeah, they're fixing to quit making the pennies.
They already cut circulation.
Well, I watched the deal yesterday, and they was working on a different area or something, but yeah. What it cost, 3 cents to make a penny or 6?
25 cents.
Cost you, used to you get it for $1, now it's about $2. Takes about 4 bottles of water, maybe 6, to make a gallon. So that's higher than gas. 4.7. Yeah, so that's about $8 or $9 a gallon. Now, how hard is it to make water? How hard is it to put it in, filter it out, and put it in a bottle? They charge $2 for it.
Yeah, they gotta add all their damn chemicals.
Yeah, half the time I don't think they filter it.
I see where a lot of states are dropping fluoride now.
Yeah, they may filter it somewhat, but after that filter, all the piping and plumbing going to your fucking faucet is not filtered for anything. When I first week I moved into Mustang, I watched them purging a fire hydrant down the street, and for the next 4 days my damn water was almost muddy. I mean, it was all orange.
Welcome to Mustang.
Yeah, when I lived out in Hera, they had an animal, I don't remember what it was, but it crawled up in there and got in the storage tank and died. They just said, you need to boil the water. But they never cut us on our electric or our water bill any. We still paid the max.
I mean, shit happens. I remember going into a milk producer back when I was a small kid and seeing all the flies in the cottage cheese vats. So, yeah, I mean, there's shit in everything.
Protein.
Yeah, I used to work for that Gray Pit Bottling Company. It was down there off of, I believe it was Pennsylvania. Yeah, it was Pennsylvania, right there about 3rd or 4th Street there, right on the corner. You go inside there, they had a net over the top of that Gray Pit liquid. There's gnats all over that stuff. Gnats in it. It was nasty. But we still drank it.
Kind of like going in a donut shop and the glass cabinet that the donuts are in is full of flies.
About the way it was over there, man. I tell you, I didn't work there very long, about a month. Man, I tell you what, that was a Gray Pit Bottling Company. That was a nasty place to be in. And I really didn't think that much about it, drinking that stuff.
Yeah, I worked in kind of the same lines, but I worked in a beef packing plant for many years. So there's that too.
Yeah, I worked out there at Clements Foods. Yeah, I was probably in my late 20s, early 20s. You know, they got ready to change it. Let's say mustard. They got ready to change it to a different brand. All they did was change the labels. Yeah, they made peanut butter, barbecue sauce, all that stuff. But yeah, they were going to start making peanut butter, but I quit before then, so I don't know about the peanut butter. Them preserves, you know, they said they stayed bottled up for month or two before they were sold. Well, they'd go ahead and bottle it up, is right. They'd can it, put it in a jar, and it sat back there in the warehouse for 3 or 4 months before they sold it.
Yum.
Gotta let it ferment.
Yeah. They made it sound like they'd let it cure out real good before they put it in a jar, but no, it cured in the jar. Well, my little ones are coming to see me. I'll be back.
Alrighty then.
Oh my gosh.
It's all your fault.
He is the boss.
Yeah. About it, Smoking Joe.
Now don't go waking him up. I think I'm about ready to call it an evening.
Well, I really thought it'd be hopping out here being a Friday night and all, you know.
I know you're right. Oh, there's Puerto Rico.
Hola, Puerto Rico.
Hey, good evening to you down there in Puerto Rico, 1378, Oklahoma with the wave.
Hey, 1378,
Oh, we're doing good. We're just up here in Oklahoma City listening to your talk show there, Ryder.
already. Let me tell you.
Well, you're sounding good up here in Oklahoma City as well. Let me get back out of the way. There's several of us out here, so I'll let them holler at you. You take care. Have a good and blessed weekend down there in Puerto Rico, 1378, Oklahoma. I'm back quiet.
Yeah, I can hear him. I heard the other guy you were talking to, too. Not real well, but I definitely heard him.
We'll give him a shout.
They ain't gonna hear this old mud butt, that's for sure.
Can I have it?
But this whole thing,
You got my DX929.
well, I couldn't hear that. Yeah, this is going to be my backup radio right here. I'm getting another one next week.
Well, there you go.
Constantly buying.
Yep, it's a disease.
Well, I think I'm going to treat myself to something special.
Well, I was fixing to say I hadn't bought a radio in a year, but I'd be lying. There wasn't a radio.
I'm thinking about picking up an Icon.
Well, make sure it's already had the 11 meter mod, or the Mars mod done to it.
Yeah, some of that stuff, boy, when you go to converting them where they'll do 11 meter, gets pretty expensive. Just depends on what radio it is.
Usually it's just popping a resistor, but the thing is now everything's on that miniature crap and it's harder to pull them up.
Well, Robert.
That's what she said.
That's true.
So, yeah, make sure it's already had the Mars mod done to it.
That's true with any radio I get, because I'm going to go 10 meter or better. But either way it goes, it's going to have the channel, the regular CB channels, you know, modified.
Yep. Well, they call it a Mars mod. It opens it up. So, just so you know, look for one that's already been opened up.
Well, I've seen it's pretty expensive to make it go 11 meters.
You said it's a Mars mod?
Yeah, it's called a Mars mod. It opens them up to get to 11 meters.
What's the number of that phone?
I don't really know.
Hang on, I'll tell you.
Well, because I kind of, you know, haven't written that down.
I don't think it's been converted over either.
I want to say they said a 918, but I'm looking to see if I got what they said wrote down here somewhere. Just ICOM 718.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd be a 718, which is the same thing as a 706.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, they're good radios.
Better than the 704.
Oh, question, is that variable? I mean, can I lower the power from 35 down to 2?
Yeah, they're variable.
Oh, tempo, cool.
$100.
Yeah, they haven't said how much.
400.
What they said?
Yes, to 400.
She told me 400.
Oh, roger that. Well, that's a little better than half price.
Well, you know, if it's working and it's as nice as she says it is, and it's in new condition like she says, then I'm all for it. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, it's an $800 or $900 radio, so a lot of the sidebanders jump all over that, so you better get it.
Oh, yeah.
Put a ring on it.
I like to have the 7300.
I'm looking for a 101 double E.
I'm still working on that.
Well, they're out there. It's just, I don't want to buy one online, you know what I mean?
Well, I found one, but it needs to be gone through.
Yeah. Yeah, I can get one. I forget who that guy is, but he's back east. They say he's one of the best with that radio, but you can buy one that's completely redone by him, everything, AM filter, all that good shit going on for About 900.
Is that 999?
I'm not sure. I can, I'll tell you the name here in a minute.
10-4. Yeah, it's the only one I know that goes through them all like that. He does all the hi-fi mods and yada yada yada.
Gary Ferris.
His name is Paul Harold.
Doesn't ring a bell, but it's probably someone like 999 that does that kind of stuff. That's all he specializes in.
Yeah, I think he's over. I'm not sure. I think he's somewhere around Tennessee, eastern Tennessee.
Yeah, I think 999's in the Carolinas, so yeah, it's not him.
Totally depends on whether I get my eyesight back Tuesday or not for my operation. If I do, then no problem. But if I can't see, there's no point in having all those channels, you know.
Now you gotta remember, on those radios, you can buy, or if it doesn't already have it installed, it'll tell you what channel you're on. You just push a button and it'll tell you where your frequency is. My 706 has that.
Oh, digital readout, ain't it?
Well, if you're blind, it doesn't do you any good.
Yeah, they don't have the Braille model yet.
Then there's no point in having it, you know.
Braille model.
Yeah, you gotta get that Braille model.
That'd be cool.
But yeah, don't be scared of that. You can still get the radio, and it's an easy install. It's just a board you put in there, and you push a button, and it'll tell you what frequency you're on. It'll tell you how many watts, and yada yada yada.
It'll even say yada yada yada.
It does.
Ah, that's impressive. Oh, I'm gonna buy it just because of that.
Yeah, giving me a chubby.
Damn it, Driftwood.
It does the same thing that Icon 7300. It hears that Morse code texting you back, and it reads it out on the counter.
That's a software program, but yeah.
Maybe I can get my Google Assistant to help me with that. Or not.
But I had an ICOM R71A, which is just a receiver. It had that board in it as well, and this 706 that I've got sitting here has it.
Can I have it?
Which one?
706.
You know what's funny? I've had this thing for probably 5 or 6 years, and I think I've only turned it on once.
That'll be worth $100 to me then.
I know you're right.
Damn it, big time.
Be quiet over there. I'm trying to wreck somebody.
Oh, hell. At least you give him a reach around.
Hey, I know somebody that's got a tower.
Me too, still got some in the backyard.
Somebody's got an Icon 706.
Yeah, he wants too much.
Just swapping on the tires.
That's what I'm talking about.
728.
See, you could have a 706 for a tower.
How about that quick draw? You happen to be by the channel down there in Blanchard tonight?
He doesn't like talking to us no more.
Well, I mean, he got his antenna up. I figured he'd turn around up there, you know, and brag on it a little bit.
We're not getting out.
We're just the common folk.
Well, I could always call him up on the phone. I'm kind of curious to see how good it's doing.
Me too.
So yeah, probably down to big town, give him a jingle.
Yeah, jerk on his line.
Spin your house back around here, Big Tom.
Huh?
What? I can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Roger, I can make out what you're saying, yeah.
I said he needs a jerk on his line over.
See, I don't think he's got his rotor hooked up.
Oh, surely he does.
The last I heard he didn't, and I bet it hadn't changed since then.
Was that yesterday?
That was like 3 or 4 weeks ago I heard about that.
Roger that. I'll have to call him. I may call him tomorrow and see what he's got going on.
Tell him inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, we're just jumping up and down over here.
Yeah, the rattlesnake go to the lake.
What? No, I've been out in the backyard, sitting at the table in my underwear, smoking weed, drinking iced tea.
Fucking with the dogs.
Do you have any blood left?
Yeah, my old lady fucking ran in the house. She's like, fuck this. I don't know, they wasn't fucking with me. And I just got my shirt and I was sitting out there in my fucking underwear.
Damn, I know that. I drove by and whistled.
Damn it. Well, you can't see me back there.
So, home's up there.
607's waving at you guys.
0607.
I'm out of breath. I just took apart the kitchen table that my uncle had, took the legs off it and put it out in the garage. That bitch is heavy.
Well, you're right.
As soon as I get this fence up, I gotta get some damn metal. As soon as I get it up, you ain't gonna be able to see nothing back there unless you're flying a damn drone.
You're whispering, Snake.
Yeah, the audio fell out or you're turned away from the mic.
It's made out of real steel.
Hell yeah. I don't know, it might be turned down. Ain't no doubt about it, come on.
Heck yeah.
More better.
Somebody in their garage, they're jumping up and down.
someone's out there taking a kitchen table apart.
Yeah, I took the cedar kitchen table that I had and took it apart and put it in the garage because I'm going to sell it.
Well, there you go.
There's a girl.
We're done.
We don't use it. We never sat at the kitchen table, so what's the point of having it?
Get her done.
I feel the same way, and then what's the wife do? She goes to buy a new one.
Table's a good place to put stuff.
Oh, I bought these stackable metal shelves that I'm going to put in there where the table was at so I can use it as storage.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's all our kitchen table is storage.
Yeah, put all your money on it.
Yeah, I can stack on it there big time.
Yeah, I got 5,000.
Can I have it?
Nope.
Can I borrow it?
Yeah, 50 cents on a dollar.
Damn it.
He had his pecker in his hand when he said that.
I called the darn security guard over there by the time I was in there for about 4 days. Called him in there and said, yeah, you can get that security guard over there so I can get my money and put it in the safe down there. He up there and throwed that billfold open and counted all that 5,000 out there and threw it over on that table and say all the darn nurses all scattered around there looking.
Did you do a hand job out of it?
Heck no.
Now, the question is, why are you walking around with $5,000 in your wallet?
Where it's safer.
Yeah, he's like me probably. He never had too much money because he carried it.
When I called them back to get my money back, and they brought the wallet and money back and said, well, count it out to me. I think I got about 10,000 in that wallet more than he looked at his face.
I'd imagine. All right, I'll be back. Gotta let the dogs out.
Now we know.
Who let the dogs out?
Dick?
Ed?
Dick?
Ed?
I guess Mr. R went to bed earlier. He went back to the bar.
So I had to call 911 so I can get him right back home.
Yeah, that'd be the shit. Of course, you know you don't have to. Hell, they'll walk him home, but that'd be the shit to have to call Uber to get a ride next door. Hell, as much money as his dad, spend over there helping that deal out, you'd think they'd have a gate right there and a sidewalk all the way through the back.
Yeah, you would think so. Electric fence on both sides of that sidewalk, that way if you won't get off track.
We got electric fence out there, you just gotta be aware to call it.
Alright, they're taken care of.
Nicky, I was worried. Oh, you mean the dogs, my bad.
Yes, they're very impatient.
What you need over there is some baby picnic goats.
No more animals.
I'm gonna drop off some stray cats.
Oh, hell no.
They're broken, so you'll have to get them fixed, too.
Well, what's wrong with them?
They need to be fixed.
So the ones that weren't, but you don't see me catching them.
I figure you know where to go since you got one fixed today.
Yeah, we go to the Humane Society. You have to make an appointment like 2 or 3 months out in advance.
Over there on 29?
I'm not sure which one she goes to.
That one, you're right over there by me and both of you.
I mean, if you call a vet, they want like $200. This place is like $30.
I'd just leave them broken.
Yeah. Well, if I could catch the ones at work, I'd have them neutered and then turn them back loose.
Bring that motherfucker over here, I'll neuter.
We already know he can stab himself in the leg.
Hell yeah. Hey, the best part about that whole deal is it stopped the fight, and then I had girls coming over there feeling sorry for me.
Well, there you go. Now, how old were you when this happened?
Wow.
Probably about 17 or something like that.
You were a youngster.
Hell yeah, I don't get myself in them situations anymore.
Damn it. In Texas, you get caught with marijuana now, it's a misdemeanor. Manufacturing or selling is a third-degree felony.
I take it they don't have the same laws we do.
They did, but they, I don't know what the hell they're doing over there. It was some kind of bill, all consumables, hemp-derived THC products, Delta 8, Delta 9, while exempting CBD and CBG. And if you get caught with regular weed with THC in it, you're in trouble.
Sound like the feds moved in.
Yep, and you're whispering again.
Damn it.
Yeah, fucking fix that gate.
Grab your nutsack.
Talking the front side of the mic.
Who said that?
Hell yeah. I don't know what the hell. Fucking gremlins.
Damn rat gear.
bucket, rat gear.
Been streaming that duct tape too much.
I guess it ain't passed yet, but I guess old Governor Abbott, old Hot Wheels, he's got to sign it or some shit.
Well, they got to deal with Mexico. All that stuff coming across the border.
What they said, this bill's a gift to the drug cartels, because this one guy is talking about you ain't gonna stop people from smoking weed if they can't get it from a business legally and safely. They're gonna go back to the black market. But if that happens here, then I'm not. I'll just quit smoking weed, because I don't trust all that shit. I've heard too much crap about street weed. They're putting that fucking fentanyl shit in it. So I'll just quit smoking weed. Fuck it.
Back to grow your own, for crying out loud.
Well, right now, I think in Texas, as long as you don't have more than an ounce or 3 ounces, I can't remember which one, but they just take it away from you. No big deal. But I know they've got some changes going on.
Yeah, this bill, it's Senate Bill 3 or whatever. Texas House passed it 95 to 44. So now, if it does pass completely, you can't have none of it. You get they said a Class A misdemeanor. Whatever that is.
Oh, that's cool. You get high on a spanking too. I'm down with that.
Like a parking ticket.
Well.
And then if you're selling it or growing it, it's 3rd-degree felony.
I smoke too much to sell.
The guy said they're going backwards instead of forward.
I don't even smoke, but it's fun playing like I do. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Guess I'm gonna have to switch out the receivers tomorrow. The subwoofer quit again.
Did you say Quaalude?
yeah, I'm gonna have to switch over to Quaaludes.
That's what I thought, yeah. Gotta switch over to the Quaalude.
What size subwoofer was that?
I remember when those were a big thing. I never tried them, but I remember when they were big.
Yeah, they were popular back in the 80s. I guess before then, but I've experimented.
Black Mollies.
Now, Black Mollies, that's a different story. I like those.
Fucking methamphetamine addict.
That and Christmas trees. Yeah, and white crosses.
I'm 88.
I ate them old mini beanies was the ticket.
I think that's gonna be my skip sheet number, 888.
Hey, way window pane, the only way to go.
Purple marker dot.
Never did that either.
I'll change mine to 420.
Yeah, drop a couple hits of acid and go to the fair. Back in the day, back when they had a real nice, midway. We go Texas Fair, take a couple of hits of acid and go sitting on the bench in the midway.
You know, I heard about them bennies. That was before my time. I've never seen one.
Well, it wasn't before your time there, Moondog.
I just never seen one, huh?
Yeah, you just never tripped up on the right old person, you know what I mean?
Roger that, yeah. But I've heard talk about them bennies back in the day.
Take a bunch of no-dos.
I did that once. Yeah, never again.
Yeah, my brother's brother-in-law was a truck driver. He used to talk about them bennies a lot.
Well, you know, they run to when they quit making them pharmaceuticals, and then everybody went to the fucking crystal meth or what have you, and then everybody become addicted. That shit was addictive. Hell, I never did taking them old pills. I just took them when I needed them. Shit, when I got on that fucking meth, hell, I couldn't get enough.
Yeah, it's like him. Hell, I heard him talk about it for so many years when I was young. I thought his name was Benny. Hey, that's the truth.
Yeah, back in the day, you could take a pill, you know, get out there about Albuquerque or something going west and take a pill, get on out there where you're going. You could stop out there at an old truck stop, get you a glass of milk and a piece of cornbread and kill it. And just go on to bed. Hell, you'll be alright. Hell, that meth, you can't do that shit.
That's the way them Black Mollies was. You could kill them with a glass of milk.
I was screaming evil.
You could drink a glass of milk with them old Black Mollies. They just knocked them right out.
The good old days.
The good old days.
Dan, you be careful, brother. I appreciate that front door. Hell, at one time in my life, I used to think I had to have a Black Molly before I had my caffeine.
Screaming evil, you out there tonight?
Hell, I used to have to get up and take a bunk just to go shit.
Yeah.
I just don't want to function without my jet fuel.
Welfare recipients are going to start protesting now.
Aww.
Old Trump administration's getting rid of junk food and sugary drinks for people on welfare or SNAP benefits, whatever.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Hell yeah. With that money, you should be able to buy the essentials, not the, you don't need Coke, you don't need all that other bullshit.
That is their essentials.
Truckload of cupcakes.
Hell, I can't believe the price of a bag of chips and shit used to be like 89 cents, now it's fucking $6.
Used to be 35.
Well, they used to be cheaper than that, I'm just saying. They just like jumped up off. So I ain't really paid attention, but that shit's, I looked at it like, what the fuck? You out your goddamn mind.
It's like $7 and some cents for a box of fucking cereal.
I like the good old days when you could leave the house and walk down the side of the highway. Half a mile, pick up enough Coke bottles, you could go buy a whole bag of groceries.
Well, all I know is if you gotta take a shot before you take a crap, you might want to change your diet.
And I remember when I was a kid, we'd go down there at the public market and do the grocery shopping. My dad and mom, we had 3 or 4 cartloads of shit. My dad wouldn't spend about $200.
Yeah, I remember going to Griders couple $100, you'd be low. Them baskets would be fucking overflowing. You had fucking 2 or 3 of them.
So fat.
My dad liked going to that place.
Oh, you can carry it one bag.
My dad liked going to Grainer's.
That's I remember when I was a kid, that's the first place I ever seen a black dude look like a damn pimp whip out fucking cash to pay for some shit and then bust out the old food stamps.
You keep on keeping on, have a good night.
That's about right.
Yeah, keep on keeping on.
Had to get them food stamps, hell yeah, and them old fake money. Had the little booklets, fucking broke out their 5s and 10s and all that shit. Had, what was it, brown ones and, I don't know, the green 5s or some shit.
Monopoly money.
Yeah, I remember my dad used to buy them things 50 cents on the dollar.
It's still the same way today.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's what it is, 50 cents on the dollar. I give you $100, you give me 200 of food stamp.
Yeah, make them go to the grocery store with you and let them buy all the groceries and pay for it, and then you pay them.
Damn it, I need to find somebody like that.
Ain't one of them fucking dope heads. They'll do it.
I was at the store one time, a guy was out there, he hollered at me, and I bought a bunch of T-bone steaks out there for $20, about $60, $70 worth of steaks.
Today that'd be about 3 steaks.
Ain't no shit. Back then it was about 8 of them.
You're sounding good around
$21 a pound over the crest on ribeye.
for weekend. 001 Chucky back in the bushes.
Yeah, steak is a thing of the past for me. I don't think I'll be eating steak for a while.
Jamaica's back in there.
001 Chucky, wave a hand. There you go.
You just gotta buy the cut of meat that nobody wants. That's the cheapest one. And then just fix it up.
Pork steak.
And I
You gotta watch buying steak anymore in them stores, 'cause it could be that 3D printed bullshit.
whatever may be the case.
And that shit is real.
I don't know how you tell the difference. I really don't.
3D printed is in like layers. You can tell. It ain't like the real thing. The fibers and shit.
Yeah, it's like hamburger meat. I've bought hamburger meat before. Man, it's like eating marbles or BBs. You can't chew it up.
I don't know, there's a lot of food my old lady buys, and I don't want nothing to do with it. She'll buy that, like, black ham crap, and it's, like, sliced in a package. Dude, I open that up, and you can smell, like, the chemicals and shit. I quit eating that shit. That ain't what fucking ham smells like.
That's because it is full of chemicals.
Come on in there, Jamaica. 258 Oklahoma's trying to break.
001.
Damn it. I guess somebody got stabbed to death over 22nd and Broadway or some shit.
It's a busy place.
Down by the railroad tracks.
It's fixing to get a lot worse than school lets out for the summer. Kids got too much time on their hands.
Yeah, around here they'll be crashing into shit, tearing stuff up. You sit out there and you hear them drag racing all over the fucking place.
Around here you gotta make sure everything's locked up when school's out or it won't be there tomorrow.
That's some bullshit.
Looks like 001 disappeared.
Yeah, they gone.
I remember never locking the house or leaving keys in the car.
Oh, they come through here every once in a while and they go through cars. You know, hell, I left my damn truck unlocked one night and they didn't steal nothing but the change in my ashtray. You know, that's probably $4 or $5 worth of change, but hell, I got all them tools in the back seat, tire saws and shit like that. So, hey, I'd give them the change in my fucking ashtray, you hear me?
Sound like somebody's ate up.
You know, I took a battery out of the car here not too long ago out in the front yard and replaced the battery. I was going to take it and return it and get my deposit back, and hell, the son of a bitch was gone.
Some bitch was what, $2?
Somebody stole it.
Oh, hell.
They got their deposit.
Yeah. It wasn't much. I think it was about $12 or something like that, but still yet.
Save you the trip into work.
Guys, I think I want to get out of here.
Well, you have a good evening there. Take care of yourself.
10-4. I want to watch the boob tube.
Good to hear you, big time. You take care of yourself, don't worry about it.
Roger, Dodger.
Later, Gator.
Radio room.
See, senor. Bull crap. I ain't taking that crap from my bedroom.
Catch you later.
Later, Gator.
Now we know who we can talk about.
That's right.
And I'm afraid saying nothing about big time. He knows where I live.
Think I'm gonna let these dogs in and call it an evening too?
Big pussy.
I know you're right. 2 hours past my bedtime. My eyeballs are feeling it.
It's that fireball.
No, I don't think so.
I do.
See you later, 13.
Didn't work too well, Happy.
Yeah, hope Big Time got out of there too quick.
Well, normally everybody else will fill in, but they didn't even catch it.
Hey,
Hell, I'm just being nice.
Well, there you go. Moondog is just being nice.
Why start now?
That's a good question.
Burger was supposed to catch that, but he didn't. He sleep at the wheel.
No doubt.
He is turning a new leaf.
Well, good night, dickhead.
That's how you take care of that problem.
That's right. If you want anything done right, you gotta do it yourself.
Just cover both ends, huh?
Ten-4. All right, y'all have a good evening. Sounds like Jamaica's starting to come back in. So we'll holler at you later. I'll be up here early in the morning. You know who, I'm 10-7.
You'll be sporting an afro tomorrow night.
Lord, I hope not.
Shit. You've never met him, have you?
Oh yeah, but he's gonna change breakers tomorrow. He's gonna sprout that hair and it's gonna stand straight up.
Well, if he does, it'll be on his ass, 'cause he ain't got no hair on his head.
Shoot, it'll be on my back.
Some of that sweet liquor.
Anyway, it'd be on my back. And there's a 22 something out there in the blue waters. Anyway, I'll see you.
Have a good weekend, neighbor.
I'll be back out here tomorrow unless you're not going to be.
Yeah, sure, with some red apple and some of that sweet taste and whiskey.
He's getting old. He can only do it one night a week.
Oh no, I'll be doing it tomorrow night too. This is my weekend.
About a DX land 17, North Central Ohio.
Hey, good evening to you, 17. I was fixing to turn this thing off. 1378, Oklahoma with the wave.
Hello there, 1378. Sounding good my way for sure. Whereabouts in Oklahoma?
We're out here in Oklahoma City.
Okay, well, I'm about 35 miles due west of Cleveland.
10-4. Well, you're coming in here like a local. All right, I was just getting ready to shut this stuff off. I'll let you talk to my neighbors. You take care. Have a good Memorial weekend out that way. 1378, Oklahoma. I'm 10-7. I'll see you.
All right, that answer, my friend. 1378, 73s, man. We have a great holiday. 17, North Central Buckeye State. I'm off the key. Two dogs waving my hand out there in the Buckeye State. I got you there, Wichita, Texas. Sounding good my way for sure. There's a couple things. Texas walked on me. My friend, appreciate the holler.
You let Texas take you out, Moondog.
Central Buckeyes. I know it.
Nice try, two-dog.
Yeah, that's really a letdown right there. But Texas get in there on top of me.
Well, you definitely can't be the gatekeeper.
No, I'm more of a gate closer.
Roger on that.
24 walkie-talkie, I heard all you guys, man, but I can't hear you all at the same time, so, hey, man, I'm going to sit back and listen for a minute. 17 North Central Buckeye State, 73s, my friends.
Sound like Ohio getting hammered.
Yep. Well, Mother Nature's not very nice right now. He was in here at almost 20 dB, and then he dropped back down to 5, so.
I heard a bunch of these stations calling, but man, I can only hear one at a time, so I'm just going to sit back and listen for a bit. 17 North Central Buckeye State, I'm standing by.
Now he's just back down in the noise level. Anyway, y'all have a good evening. I'll catch you again tomorrow. You know who out west. I'm 10-7. See ya.
A lot of stations coming in at the same time.
Damn, who was that?
That's bullshit.
Mojave Desert. Central Buckeye State.
Well, you sound like you're tooling around in an airplane.
Okay, that means school.
Friend.
Roger on that. Well, you're sounding good. Sound like my neighbor out here in Oklahoma City. You take care out there at 1378 out here in Oklahoma. I'm 10-7. See ya.
Okay, at 1378, sounding good up in the Buckeyes. School, getting on down. In California, where you go, score getting up. Good evening to you, California, I'm getting on down. 14, good. Score to the Buckeyes, good evening to you, 88, score, getting up. No copy on 88, I'm getting on down.
Anybody with the ears on, maybe radio check, please. Radio check. Any driver with the ears on, can I get a radio check, please?
Radio check 1-2, radio check 1-2. Negative radio check, please.
No.
Sandman waving the hand in DX land. Sandman standing by.
Patrolling the perimeter at 0 gravity. Hello, Slim Kush. Hello, Trailmaker. Hello, little boy. All hail Team Machine.
Everybody knows.
Radio check, please.
I'm going to blame the fuck out of you.
Friday night in the big city, we're having fun tonight.
Can't believe it's already over.
It's quiet out there.
Yeah, but it's Friday night in the big city.
All right. Smoking Joe needs to get on the radio, wake some of these people up around this town.
Yeah, they're all sandbagging.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Buffalo.
Hello, Dr. Mike.
Yes, sir. Waving a hand down in Moortown.
Fire in the hole.
Yeah, just finished the cherry bud.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear that, Driftwood?
No, what?
Someone said fire in the hole.
Oh, I appreciate the break.
Yeah, I thought I'd better bring you up to speed. That way you wouldn't miss out on one.
Get my attention.
Yes, sir. Sure is nice outside. I just come in from out back and went out there and had a little smoke. Sure is nice out there. Be nice to be sitting on the lake somewhere with a blank hook out in the water.
Oh, you know.
Roger, on a camping weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, just throw a brand new fucking hook out there with nothing on it.
I'll just throw the whole fishing pole out there and pop a beer. Oh, I think I've done that.
It'd be nice. I'd really like to be down in Texoma doing some jug fishing.
Hello, everybody. Oklahoma water pump to that.
Oh, water pump. And Rebel, if she's sitting by, waving at her as well.
I appreciate that. I sure do. I'd like to meet you in person.
Roger. Well, one of these days when I'm out and about, we'll just have to, make the connection.
Evening to you, water pump.
Good evening to everybody out there. Oklahoma water pump to that.
Dr. Mob, you said you're from Texas, right?
Yeah.
What part of Texas you from?
I'm from a little town called Blue Ridge, Texas, but it's southeast of Sherman, if you know where Sherman is.
Yeah, 10 north out.
Yeah, it's between Sherman and Greenville, back off out in the woods.
Well, 10 4, I was going to say that's got to be out in the country somewhere out that way.
Yeah. Of course, Dallas is bumping right up on it. It won't be long, and that little old town just won't be there no more.
Oh, you're right. I know Louisville grew up real quick, too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of them. It's like Allen, it's one of the biggest school districts down there, Allen. But, hell, when I was a kid, we used to play them in football. They was like a 9B school back then. And, yeah, it's really boomed up down there.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Dr. Bob.
Yeah.
Half of my family lives down there. Where you live at, half my family lives down there.
Hey, roger that. Yeah, that's where I grew up down there on a farm. And I sure did like it. But I wouldn't want to live down there anymore. Dallas is coming too quick.
Damn, sport. You might know somebody. Clarence, Kim.
Who?
You might have to give me a phone call. I'll tell you his name. His name is Clarence Kim.
I got the Clarence Tibbs.
Kim. K-U-A-N.
Oh, Clarence Coon. Well, it don't ring a bell, but that don't mean a whole lot. I mean, I moved up here in 1983, so it's how long I've been out of the picture.
Well, all my family lived down there, all my wife, and everything. They knew a lot of people down there, and everything. A lot of people I did not know.
Hey, roger that. Yeah, all my family still lives there. My mother, sister, all my uncles, aunts, cousins. My whole family. I was the only one that moved up the fuck out of there.
Me too. I still got 2 brothers and 1 sister there.
Well, my aunt, both my uncles, they passed away, and everything, and they all of them, every one of them down there in Texas.
Heck yeah.
What brought you up this way, Dr. Bob?
What's that?
What brought you up this way?
A woman?
Understandable.
Yeah, that's how that got started. And we did move back there for maybe a year. But I mean, I worked out of here. I drove a truck, I was running out west and back east every week. So, hell, I never was home when we lived down there, so we just moved back here.
Oh, 10-4, I understand that.
I came here because my dad's here in Oklahoma, and so is one of my brothers, but I still got family in Texas.
Roger. Yeah, when I was a kid growing up in that little town, everybody knew everybody. How you was related to most of them. And now, I mean, you just see a familiar face now and then. It's, there's so many people moved in there from other places you don't even recognize it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess it's like that pretty much everywhere now.
Yeah. Till you get further up in the country, get up northern Oklahoma, there's still some of them towns around, they've been the same for years. If you're anywhere within 100 miles of Dallas, your town has been changed.
You familiar with Louisville at all?
Louisville?
What town for?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to work for a concrete company there.
Well, you know what Fox Ave is?
Fox Avenue?
What town for?
That seems awful familiar, but I mean, I can't place it, but it seems familiar.
Well, it's one of the main inlets to Louisville right off I-35.
Roger. Yeah, there's a pecan factory in there, in the old part of town, toward the east end of the old part of town, and the concrete company was just the other side of them.
Well, they have I think it's like, if I remember right, some kind of a silo, like a grain silo or something there.
Roger. Yeah, they very well could be. I mean, that place has been there as long as I can remember.
Well,
sure did smell good over there in the mornings. We'd come out there and you could smell them pecans roasting or whatever they was doing to them. They sure did smell good.
They smell a lot better than that dog food plant up there in Edmond.
Oh, shit, I know that's right. Hell, I get a little whiff of it every now and then if the wind's out of the north real good.
Yeah, I generally just try and stay out of Edmond. I really like it there, and that dog food plant ain't making it any better.
Yeah, Roger. I know one thing, if you're working out of that dog food plant, you ain't making no money. If you're hauling shit in there or hauling shit out, you ain't making squat.
Even if you're working up near that place, a couple of the dealerships I work for, they're up there, whatever, that Broadway extension, and you can usually smell that plant, around noonish and all that.
Yeah, they used to raise hell. There used to be a concrete plant right there at the corner of Memorial and Broadway, and all them dealerships used to come over there, and they'd be raising hell with Matheny over the concrete dust getting on them new cars.
I was just telling if they better sell them cars faster then.
Collateral damage.
Seems like it's been a nice, kind of peaceful, quiet night.
Oh yeah, when the old racist part ain't out here, it's pretty peaceful.
I like it when it's a lot more peaceful, when it's a lot nicer.
Hey, Dr. Man, my brother just told me that grain silo fell on one of the buildings over there.
Oh, really?
Well, he said that happened a few years back.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm turning in for the night. Night, Dr. Bob. Night water pump if you're still out there. 520 heading out.
All right, man. Have a good one. We'll catch you out here tomorrow.
Good night. You have a better night tomorrow.
Well, if I remember right, that grain silo was up there, well, ever since I can remember.
10-4 on that.
Well, some of the best days of my life were right there in Texas.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you know, wherever you grow up, you know, and quit being a boy and start being a man, that's the best years of your life.
Yeah, I should have never left. Yeah, I left Texas when I was 21.
Roger.
Seems like a whole nother lifetime ago. All right, I'm on the side here for a bit, Dr. Bob. You have a good night, all right?
All right, we'll do. We're going to hang out here and sandbag a little bit. Go through the motions.
Well, 10-4.
Yeah, Dr. Bob, when we get a chance, I'd like to meet you.
Heck yeah. Heck, I'd like to meet you guys too. Yeah, we'll get together here in a few days and lay eyeballs on each other.
They can say what you're doing here in a minute.
Well, I won't be getting out, that's for sure.
No, I'll just keep my bare half when I get out.
Oh, well, hell, I'm the only one up over here. Tonight, it's a little late for us.
Okay, no problem. Hey, I understand.
shit.
Yeah, bullshit.
Bullshit.
Where was this at?
Oklahoma City had a big arrest, like 127 people arrested. Most of them were adults, and they're 18 and 19. Just like the newest thing now, all the black folks are like hanging around, they're all like 18 and 19 years old, still living at home. And they don't have a job, and they're living off their mama. The mama buys them a car, and they go around and have these big auto shows, and they have donuts and peel outs. And I guess the OKCPD came out in force with drones and all kinds of cop cars and arrested a whole bunch of people that were out there participating in it.
What? Oklahoma City actually did their job?
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking too. They did busted a whole bunch of them. But now the black pastors, the black pastors and the mothers.
I had a bird used to laugh like that.
How long it took because like the arrest was so big, they couldn't process them all, so they had to sit down and wait hours.
Yeah, you see what they're talking about?
No, actually.
No. Is it on the news or something?
I saw it on Facebook, but yeah, I'm sure it was on the news. They arrested 150 people at supposed to be a birthday thing, but it was a race car guy owned it wasn't really a race car, hot rod car. So you think they were burning donuts in Middle Street and drag racing. They arrested 150 people, like 8 guns, and so many pounds of drugs or something like that.
Damn! Yeah, I'm glad they did it.
Man, it's 10:36 is 10:36, and I'm back out.
Yeah.
Now they got a black pastor out on TV saying how racist the Oklahoma City Police Department is.
But now like a big commercial area where people go to restaurants.
How dare you arrest them brown and black criminals with guns and drugs and run people off the damn streets?
They should have never given them the race card.
They smashed the windows, you know, so Oklahoma City.
Yeah, it would all, I watched a deal that had an attorney that was talking about it. Said if they would have bought a $20 permit, they probably wouldn't have been in so much trouble.
All the fights, they're peeling out, doing donuts, and having drag races. Here in Oklahoma City.
Evidently they passed out flyers, mailed flyers, put it all over Facebook and shit about it, and the cops saw it, and they shut it down.
That's a good thing.
They put those poor little babies in the most dangerous jail in North America. Said only half of them will survive.
Well, that ain't bad.
Yeah, I didn't know the Oklahoma City jail was the most dangerous jail in North America.
Well, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've been in it, but I've been in it.
Well, hell, every red-blooded Oklahoma boy with a little bit of wild tendencies ended up in that jail one time or another.
Hell yeah. I've been to that old Oklahoma City jail before they closed it down back in the day.
Oh yeah, I was in there once before that, and a couple times the new one. Wasn't there long, but yeah.
It's not the jail you need to worry about, it's the elevator unless they put cameras in it.
No, well, last time I was there still wasn't cameras in the elevator.
I found all that shit out the hard way up there in Woodward.
Yeah, the one side of where the holding is, there's no cameras there, and there was no cameras in the elevator.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, I really couldn't complain because I didn't get anything that I didn't have coming. But unfortunately, it was a little rough.
I was never smart enough to jack with the guards and shit and get a rub down now.
Well, when you're drunk and them motherfuckers is beating your ass going up to the jail, yeah, you're going to defend yourself.
Oh, yeah. I only got into it once with a cop, but that was years ago, down here in Oklahoma. Mine were mostly, two of them were, I got a fight with not a cop, somebody else. They arrested us both for disturbing the peace. The other time was, it was still a fight, yeah. Had 3 fights in 30-some years I've been here, and so I've only been in there 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, what occurred going up to the jail had already been started. I mean, I instigated. I know I did. You know what I mean? But like I said, they was a little too rough.
That back row was a little bit too prickly.
Good job.
Well, I mean, you can't hardly defend yourself with your hands tied behind your back. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. There were guards like that. I had a friend that was a guard there. He quit. He didn't like it because he felt he was being pressured into doing that to prisoners. He didn't like doing that shit. He also worked at over there by where those strip clubs are. He said he didn't like them either because they go in there and paint your damn tires and shit so they could stop you. He didn't like that shit either.
I saw that green light, you know, so, but, they call me the breeze, I'm out of...
Yeah, you might say I was a slow learner, but I finally caught wind of it.
Oh, you finally figured that shit out, huh?
Yeah. After about 40 years.
This shit starts hurting when you get older. After a while, you just learn to get along with everybody. Keep out of that fucking Oklahoma City flop house.
I wish I had me a big-time radio that I could make some contacts with.
Well, come on in here and contact.
Hell yeah, make a contact.
Contact. A prop is spinning.
Heck yeah, contact.
So there you go, you made a contact.
I went by him one night, come through the land.
Audio.
Where are you reading the mail at?
North Oklahoma City, about 10 miles.
North Oklahoma City, 10 miles. 10-4, well, you sound good up here in Racine, Wisconsin. There, go ahead.
Wow, I got my back to you. Man, you're sounding good down here. I thought you was somebody local here coming through town or something.
Well, I did too. He's blasting the air.
You guys out there?
Yeah, 10-4. Nope, I'm up here in Racine, Wisconsin, about 5 blocks off of Lake Michigan. There, go ahead.
Hello, Lake Michigan, 102 Oklahoma, waving.
Be in the yard now.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, he come up in there real good. I'm, let's see, 225 degrees
southwest on the flat side there, go ahead.
The strawberries, man. Sound good this way with that guy.
Well, I just flipped over the flat side.
Either way it goes, you sound good. Flat or horizontal.
Flat side.
You know, my old lady says the same thing.
Hello, okay.
Hey, as long as she gets satisfied.
Well, amen. Hey, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. I'm not going to right around here. Christmas clear, you got it going on. Dr. Bob, finally, Oklahoma City, waiting out a weekend waiting.
There, Dunbar, you said KC. They call me Knockout. Well, they're not mad at me, right?
I'm talking to Knockout when everybody's happy. All right, man, have a great Memorial weekend. Dr. Bob, 658, I'm gone.
Yeah, Dunbar. All right, Dr. Bob, take it easy, take care, man. Have a great weekend and enjoy the holidays. Hey, Mr. Worldwide, Dr. Bob in Oklahoma City. Knockout right downtown Racine, Wisconsin is getting on down.
Do what? How about that knockout? Hit a copy on Triple Nickel right downtown Okie City.
Come on down there, Trivy. Hey, Triple Nickel, come on down, break.
Oh, yeah, 10-4. I'm probably not as loud as old Dr. Bob there. I tried to get him on my roof to hold my Intron sideways, but he won't do it. But you're coming in here really, really, really good, man. You sound just like a local. About a triple dump now.
Yeah, 10-4. Well, I appreciate it. You sound real good up here in Racine, Wisconsin there. Go ahead.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, my little old Galaxy 99. My little caboose just got up and didn't get out, Roger.
It's working. It's working. It's coming in the SDR right now at about 15 dBs. Or go ahead.
Holy cow, I got them turbos running overtime.
Just the Mother Nature thing. When she lifts her dress up, she lets it go.
10-4 on that. Well, it's been good talking to you there, Knockout. 72s to you. 73s. Wave my hand. Triple Nickel, I'm gone.
All right, Triple Nickel, take it easy, man. Maybe I'll holler at you guys when I come down through that way. I'm always down through that way. I'm a truck driver, so I got to actually go to Hot Springs next week, and I just came back from South Dakota there. Go ahead.
Yeah, 10-4, you come through town, give us a holler. If we're not all up and mad and in arms, we'll holler back, Roger.
That seems like every time I go through there, but that's normal. Just about any big city that you go through, right?
Oh yeah, we have our skaters. We have at least one of them here in town that he gets on there and everything goes to cuckoo and crackpots. Roger.
Yeah, there's one down there in Chicago that does that all the time. We talk about truck drivers are mass murderers of the highway or something like that.
Holy cow, never heard that one before.
Yeah, he's a nutball. Lives at home with his mom.
Oh boy, this one lives in his mom's home. Yeah, seems like there's a one in every town anywhere. Every time you get a bunch, there's always one nut. 10-4.
And they're always loose.
Oh yeah, on the loose and screws loose and all that. And man, they're a mess.
Yep, but that's what it makes it exciting for the radio. That's what keeps it exciting and gets people to come back on the radio.
Oh, that's not always a bad thing. There's always been skaters out there on the CB radio. Sometimes it gets a little boring. I like them to have new material. I don't like to be entertained with old material. You got to have new stuff to make me satisfied, Roger.
Oh yeah, well, hey, we got one up here that's a local. Well, he's down in Illinois. He's about 30 some miles south of me, and he pounds it back, and he gets his tear in a beer, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, he calls us all kinds of names, so you know, but that's okay. He can say what he wants to say. I just take that beam and point it that way and reach over there and hit that high voltage switch at 7,200 volts and let it rip.
Yeah.
That's right. Flip that power, pat him on the head. 10-4.
That's what we do. That's what we do. All right, Triple Nickel, take it easy. Take care, man. We'll catch you later. Pleasure talking to you. I heard old guy in Arkansas come up in my radio just a second ago, too, so I don't want to hog the band. Catch you later, Triple Nickel. I'm in the clear.
All right, Knockout is. I'm more glad to meet you and talk to you. And I'm gone. Bye, 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 bye.
Click, click. Catch you later, Dr. Bob. I'm in the clear.
Yes, sir. Have a great one.
You shouldn't do that on sideband. You should just come up here on AM, then you can do some talking.
Good googly moogly.
Hello, Rocky.
What is him, Mr. Hippie? Dr. Bob.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Burger. Good Lord.
Good Lordy mercy. Oh, boy. What was that dang Beetlejuice and that dang Buffy?
Well, it's good to hear a little bit of that skip starting to roll in now.
Skippity-doo-dah, skippity-hey. How you doing? Power radio, it just sound like put the talk here, muffle in the wrist. It's been a long day. Unit 102, getting up, getting down, bump, bump.
Friday night in the big town. Unit Channel 19, Unit 102, Oklahoma City, off the key, 10-7. Bye, 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 bye.
Bye, 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 bye.
Make one line for a radio check. Roger on that one, yeah, roger on that one. I heard what you said. Right back in your direction now, Roger. Duck plucker, the duck plucker, the duck plucker, the duck plucker. You got the duck plucker here. Yep, that's a good copy on that one. Hello, mate. 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 Yeah, how about your shoes, man? Snowshoes.
Bye.
Yeah, I understand that. Ain't no need to kill yourself. Well, Marty, take care. On the back, my God. Once I'm in front of you, I can't hear shit.
Gotcha.
Well, got their attention, didn't it?
What about that fucking comrade? He's stopped over there somewhere? Where's that? You all think they... Nah, I'm just talking shit, trying to reach Conrad back there.
Down plug.
know what the fuck that back door there, Kyle. So, I believe he's locking that front door. Contact? No, that guy behind. I said he's locking that front door. Well, I can't even see anybody behind me. Right on your end. I see. Look, I don't see a red light or nothing. Yeah, he's right close enough. I just said back here behind him. That'll work. We'll stroll on through here. No, there's any contact here. I'll haul if I do. Doing all right back there? Hey, don't mind it, Jay. You bet. Yeah, I want to get support.
Hello, come in.
Motorcycle coming up on your right side. Feel like a bat out of hell.
Okay, appreciate it.
Good contact. See him. Yeah, he hammered down on that motorcycle then.
Yeah, be careful. We'll see you next time.
Dip share right here.
I think you got it. We'll see y'all next time. Y'all be careful.
All right, be careful.
You do the same. Appreciate you running the front door there, Cal.
No problem.
We'll get off on the 119.
Where are we at now?
120, 121. Must be going to the levels.
Yeah, it is a petrol.
Contact.
Somebody back there. If you can get on that first pump, it's got death. Do what?
Not a fuel base.
No, go in that number 1 hole.
Hold up.
got a fucking snake in 50 stuff down there. Come on. What are you crying about? Oh, you go. Fucking join the fucking club, motherfucker. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Ken, appreciate that. It's alright. I got floating devices and wings on this truck, so I'll just let the flop come on. Hell yeah, Kansas City, I just came on that. It's all floated out. See if you got a radio. Watch that around that bend right there. You got 18 on top. Take that 44 west and west. Just down to MLK, you got 18 on flat.
Breaker, come on. Damn, everybody must have had a rough night last night. They're all in bed still.
Ja, apparaat. Nou, we gaan met de maat.
Yo.
Movimiento.
Better speak English, guy. They're gonna catch you. They're gonna shut you down.
Is that what you say? Sí, gringo, me pelan la verga.
Better speak English, guy. Learn English. Speak it.
Okay, both good.
I'm going to say the same thing.
Damn it. Guess everybody had a rough night last night.